Okay, so hi guys, welcome to coding, absolute beginners coding. If you're new to this channel, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell icon. You'll be the person to get notified whenever I upload a new video of programming language. Watch it, or whenever I go live, you interact with me. So let's do this. We are teaching like Java Basic, which is a code Java game. The Notepad teaching tutorial. So for the people who doesn't know what a Java is, I already had another video, part 1, same. So this is a continuation and this is a real-time teach already recorded video there. So this is Java, teaching Java Basic to you people, and you can check out the playlist Java Basic, and you are able to watch the continuation of previous Java Basic, which I had already streamed yesterday, and this is a part 2 of the same. If you want to learn the complete thing, you go to the playlist of Java Basic and you can look into the topic that you want to learn. So let's continue. So Java Basic, Code Java, Notepad teaching tutorial, and you're in the middle of teaching Java operators right now. Okay, so we have taught Java operators the previous stream, and we're gonna continue the same. And right now, I'm gonna topic of Java strings. So you might have known what a Java string is with our previous content, and let's see it in what really a string does. So let's see. Okay, strings are used for storing text. So it might be a word, and it might be a word. So it is used to store a text. A string variables contains a collection of characters surrounded by double quotes. So whenever you use a string, you should use it inside a double quotes. Don't forget, guys. Let's see an example right here. Okay, so this is a string and this is a variable type. So the variable type here is string, and the name of the variable is greeting, and the value of the string is hello. So this is a type of variable which is a string. This is the name of the variable which is greeting, and this is the value hello. So it should end with semicolon. So here greeting is equal to hello. So this is a string right there. So let's see another one. So what might be the length of a string, guys? So a string in Java is actually an object which contain methods that can perform certain operations on strings. For example, the length of a string can be found with the length open close bracket method. So this is a method name. By using this method, you can actually find the length of a string right there. So let's find it out. Okay, so this is a string which is a variable type. So this is a text, this is a string name. So this is the value of a string which is enclosed inside a double quotation and the semicolon, like alphabet A to Z. Okay, so this is value of the string. So how to find the length of this? So what you're gonna do is, like, let's ask the system to print the length. So this is the thing inside the double quotation, so it will be printed as it is. The length of the text string is, so this is the command that we are going to give to find the length, which is an operator with text dot length. So here the text txt is nothing but the variable name, and dot length open close bracket is a length method which should be inside a bracket, of course. So we are giving a semicolon to conclude this. Let's see what might be the output for this. So the output will be like this. The length of the text string is 26. So A to Z is considered as a, every letters as considered separate length, and each and every alphabet one length. But so let's So let's see what the while can do. So the do while loop is a variant of the while loop. It has a variant from the previous one. So the loop will execute the code block once before checking. Then it will repeat the loop as long as the condition is between the while and do while. So the syntax do between the parentheses a cloud of blocks to be executed, and then while another condition is implemented. So let's see what happens here. Example below uses a do while loop. The loop will always be executed at least once each code of block is executed before the condition is tested. So even before the condition is tested, a block of happening right here. So the variable type is int, the name of the variable is I, the value given here is 0. So do print I, which is 0, and increase the value here, and then while I is less than 5, what happens here? So what would be the output here? So the output will, so first the value of I is printed, which is 0, and the value of I is increased. Now the value of I is 1, and only then the while is being checked, and 1 is less than 5, that is true. So it is going inside again, and it will print the value of I is 1. It will increase the value of I by 1, which is now 2, and 2 is lesser than 5. It go again inside this, I is equal to 2. It will print I is 2, and it will increase by 1 since it's an increment operator has been used. Now the value is 3, and while 3 is lesser than 5, I is equal to 3, print I, it will 3, and it will increase 1. Now the value might be 4, 4 is lesser than 5, I is equal to 4, print I, which is 4, and increase the value of I by 1, which is 5. Now 5 is lesser than 5, I is equal to 5, print 5. It will not print because 5 is not lesser than 5. So this is how this will work. Let's move. What is a for loop in Java? Let's see it right now. So when you know exactly how many times you want to do a block of code, use the for loop of a while loop. So if you know like how many times we want to execute a code, you can use of using while loop. So let's see the syntax for the for loop. For statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, each has been separated by a semicolon, and the parenthesis starts and ends here, and code of block to be executed is right between that. So what statement 1? Statement 1 is executed before the execution of the code block. Even before executing the code, statement first is executed, that is one time. Then it will check the second condition before for executing the code block. Then the statement 3 is executed every time after the code block has been executed. So let's see the example below, which will print the numbers 0 to 4. So for I is equal to 0, I is lesser than 5, I plus plus, print I. Let's see what might be the output. So I is equal to 0. Now the value of I is 0. Next, I is lesser than 5, which is 0 is lesser than 5. Next, the value of I, it may be executed. So what happens here is, how exactly this works is, first the statement 1 will be executed, which is I is equal to 0. Then statement 2 will be executed and it will go to the code of block to be executed. Only after that it will come to the statement 3. Okay, so now the statement 1 is executed, which is I is equal to 0. Now it will go to the statement 2, I is lesser than 5, which is 0 lesser than 5. Now after the statement 2, it will go to the code of block, which is we are asking to print I. So what is the value of I here? It is 0. Now 0 has been printed. Only after that statement 3 will be executed, which is we are asking to increase the value of I by 1, which is now the value of I is 1. So here again it comes here. So now value of I is equal to 1. So I is less than 5, which is 1 is less than 5. We are asking system to print 1. Only after that it will go to this third statement. Now the value of I is increased by 1, which is 2. So 2 is lesser, I is equal to 2. 2 is lesser than 5. Yes. Now we are asking to print I, which is 2. Now it will increase the value by 1. Now the value of I is 3. So 3 is lesser than 5. It will print I, 3. Now the value of 3 is increased by 1. Now the value of I is 4. 4 is less than 5. We are asking to print I, 4. Value of I is increased by 1, which is 5. I is equal to 5. 5 is lesser than 5. The code is false. Now it will come out of the, it will stop executing actually. So the output might be 0 1 2 3 4. How the for loop works, guys. So let's see what is a for each loop. So there is also a for each loop which is used to loop through elements in an array. So what's the syntax right here? For type variable name colon array name, then the code of blocks to be executed. This is for each loop. So let's see what are the following example that we can use here. So the syntax is for type variable name colon array name, then the code of blocks to be executed inside the parentheses. So what is the for here? The variable name is string and you're using the string name as char. So the type is string, the variable name is car, the values here is Volvo, BMW, Ford and Mazda. So we are asking for string, the variable name is I and array name is car. This is the array name. We are asking system to print I. So now what it will print? So what is inside the string I? Cars. So what is inside the cars? Volvo, BMW, Ford, Mazda. It will print Volvo, BMW, Ford, Mazda. So this is how this each loop for each loop works, guys. So let's move on. So what is a Java break and continue, guys? So let's learn it. What's a Java break? You have already seen the break statement used in the earlier chapter of this. It was used to jump out of a switch statement. So you might know that, right? So the Java break is used to jump out of some code block in a switch statement. So that's a break. The break statement can be used to jump out of a loop as well. So in this example, we can see that it stops the loop when I is equal to 4. So let's see the example, like for int I equal to 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. If I equal to 4, we are asking to break, and system dot out dot println, we are asking it to print I. So how does this work? So let's see what Java break and continue, how does it work? So I equal to 0, then 0 less than 10, and I will be printed, which is 0, and it will increase the value by 1. Similarly, it will do up to 4 less than 10, where I is equal to 4. And what we are saying is I equal to 4, you should give a break, which means it will stop executing. So what might be the answer here? The answer might be 0, 1, 2, 1, 3. So even though like 4 is lesser than 10, but we are asking here if I is equal to 4, break the statement. So the answer might be 0. This might be the answer, because when it comes to 4, we are asking it to break. And let's see what's the Java continue is. A continue statement breaks one iteration in the loop if a specified condition occurs and continues with the next iteration in the loop. So let's see the example which skips a value of 4. The same thing is happening here. So int I equal to 0. So the value of I is 0. Then 4 is less than 10. It will print the value of I. 0 is less than 10. It will print the value of I. The output might be like this. So similarly it will do, and it will print 1 0 1 2 3. But when it comes to 4, we are asking it to continue, which is it will skip the value. So 4 will not be printed. Print 5, it will print 6, it will print 7, it will 8, it will 9, and 10 is not less than 10, it will stop executing. So basically if we use continue, it will skip the particular value. So the 4 is not here because we have used continue. So that's how the Java continue works, guys. That's So how to use break and continue in while loop? You can also use break and continue in while loops. So let's see an example for the break. So this is a while loop actually. So an integer has been given, the value has been, so while I is less than 10, we are asking it to print I, we are asking it to increase the value by 1, and if I is equal to 4, we are asking it to break it. So it will stop executing right there. So what might be the output? So output will be like 0 1 2 3. When it comes to 4, it will break it at a, it will stop executing, it will come out of same. What happens if we use the continue in the while, do while? It is pretty much the same, but it will skip the value of 4. The output might be like, so this might, let's move on, guys. Pretty much another important thing. Let's see. So Java arrays. So what are arrays? Arrays are used to store multiple values in a single variable, declaring separate each values. Actually use multiple values one single variable. So to declare an array, define the variable type with square brackets. So you should remember that each and every array should be used inside a square bracket. So this is the variable type string. If you are using string square brackets, then it is an array, and this is the name of the variable, which is cost. So we have now declared a variable that holds an array of strings. To insert value to it, you can place the value in a separator inside curly braces. So you should use curly braces, and it should be between double quotes since it's a string, and it should be inside the curly braces since it's an array. So this is an example right there. A string cars equal to Volvo, BMW, Ford, and Mazda. To create an array of integers, you could write like this: int mynum is a variable name, and 10, 20, 30, 40. Since it's an integer, I want to have it inside double quotes, but it should be separated by the braces since it's an array. So let's access the elements of an array. You can access an element by referring the index number. So let's see the same in the first element cars. The example, we are giving a string array, which is for mentioning an array, and the index name here, and we are calling Volvo, BMW, Mazda. This is the name of the array. And in the system, we can call the variable name, and we can mention the number, index number. So what's in x0? So since it's an array, it always starts with 0. So Volvo is stored in 0, BMW is stored in 1, Ford is stored in 2, Mazda is stored in 3. So the output will be Volvo, because we are calling the variable name cars and array index 0. So if you are using like 1 here, the output will be like BMW. If you are using like 3, the output would be Mazda, because array always starts with. So how to change an array element? To change the value of a specific element, refer to the index number. So let's say, so here's an example right there. So this is cars 0, which is again a array square bracket, and we are saying the index number here 0, and being the word here OPEL, opel. And let's see an example right here. So this is a string array, and the name of the string is cars, and these are the values. So how to change it? We are giving the name of the string, and the index that has to be changed, which is 0, and we are giving the value opel. Now we are asking the system to print what is inside cars and on the index 0. Now the output will be OPEL Opel instead of Volvo because we have asked it to change the value right there. So this is how we can change the name in the array. We can just mention the name of the array and index that has to be changed and the value that has to be replaced. Now the value is automatically replaced. So now how the array length works. To find out how many elements an array has, you can use the length property. So same, the string, array name, cars, the values are given, and we are using the array name dot length, which will give the number of thing inside it. So since it's the length, it will count as 1, 2, 3 and 4. Only in the index it will be stored here in 0, 1, 2, 3. Since it's a length, it will count from 1. So you need not to confuse between the indexes and the length. The length will start counting from 1, 2, 3, 4. Only in the index it will start from 0, 1, 2, 1, 3. So the length will be 4. So let's see how to use loops in between an array right there. So loop through an array. You can loop through the array elements with the for loop and use the length property to specify how many loops should run. So let's see an example for better understanding right there. So this is the string and we have given box bracket, I mean the square bracket, which means it is a array, right? And the name of the array call and the values. So let's see for condition 1, condition 2 and condition 3, and let's see what's inside the condition. I is equal to 0. Now condition 2 has to be executed, like I is less than cars dot length. What is I? 0. What is cars dot length? 4. So I is less than 4. Print cars dot I, which is 0. So let's see, and again it will increase the value by 1. Again I is equal to 1. 1 is less than 4. Print cars dot I. Now it will go to the condition 3 and it will increase the value by 1. So now the value is 2. I is equal to 2. 2 is less than cars length, which is 4. So 2 is less than 4. Yes, it will print the I value, which is 2. Similarly, it will increase by 1 and it will execute and it will increase the value and it will print 3. Now it will be like 4 is equal to I, 4 is less than 4 and it will stop printing. The value will be 1, I mean 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is how you can use a value right there. But what happens is it is asking to print the cars of I. So what is the I? What is in the 0 here? Volvo. So it will print Volvo here. And what is in the 0 of 1, index 1, BMW? It will print BMW. So what's in cars of index 2, Ford? It will print Ford. What is in cars of I3, Mazda? So it will printed accordingly. Volvo be there because its cars of I is 0. So what's in the index 0? Volvo. then it will print the cars of I. uh, where the index is 1, it will print mw, and print cars of I where the index is 2, where code is located in the index. Again, what will be in the cars of I, which is 3. So in index 3, Mazda is there. And when it comes to how you can use a for loop inside a array, so let's see how loop through an array with for each. So there's also for each loop, which is exclusively to loop through elements in arrays. So let's see the syntax for type variable array name. So let's, for example, right there, so string cars, which is arraying the variable name right there, and Volvo, BMW, Mazda are the values. For string of I colon cars, print I. What's in I right there? Now, what is inside the I? The value of I is Volvo. I mean 0, and it will print what's inside the 0 Volvo, like same as this. So let's see the next example. Let's see this example in detail. So this is the for each loop, how to use the array in for each loop. So you know the syntax right there, the for type variable and array. So for type variable and array, so what is here? This is the string variable I. What is located in I? These are the things located in I. So first in I it will locate Volvo, and again it will search the next thing in cars, which is array name. Then it will print another I. Now it will print BMW. Now it will move to the next one in the variable, which is Ford, and it will move to the next one, which is Mazda. So it will print all this thing. This is the for each. Let's move on. Pretty much a very topic right now. What we this multi-dimensional arrays. So what are multi-dimensional? So we have seen a single dimensional array. So let's see the dimensional arrays right now. So these are the multi-dimensional array. The multi-dimensional array is an array of arrays. That will be like multi-arrays. To create a two-dimensional array, each array within its own set of curly braces. So this is how we use it. So the type is variable type is integer. So we are having like two square brackets, which means it's a multi-dimensional array. And the name of the variable is my numbers array. Since it's a multi-dimensional array and we are using two things in two-dimensional array, we should have like two separate curly braces within a whole curly braces. So this curly brace contains the first indexes, and this curly brace contains the second index, which is in big curly braces. So this is a two-dimensional array, so there are like two sets of arrays right there. So let's see what my numbers is now. Is an array with two arrays its elements. To access the elements of the my numbers array, specify into two indexes, one for the array, one element inside the array. Example, access the third element, the second array of one number. So let's see it in an example right there. So integer two-dimensional array, so we are two box calibres, I mean like two square brackets. array, the values has been separated by parentheses. Two arrays are separated by two separate parentheses. Enough big parentheses. So we are asking integer x equal to my numbers 1 of 2. So we are asking the system to print x. Now what happens is, what is located in 1 of 2? So this is 0, index 0, this is 0, index 1. So now in this 2 is located. So 0, 1, 2. In this 7 is located. Since 1, 2 will be, I mean like 1 and 7 will be inside this. Since it's an array, definitely it's gonna multiply it. So 1, 7 is 7. So this will be the output. So this is how the arrays work, guys. So let's move on. Example right there. Let's see another example. So main class has been created, main method has been called. We're using like a multi-dimensional array, which is the integer variable type. The name of the array is my numbers. We have given the values right there. We are asking the for loop, like for int I, which is a statement 1, I equal to 0. I is less than my numbers dot length. So what would be the my numbers length, which is 1 2 3 1 2. So will be the I, be the j. So the length of I is 4. So uh 0 is less than 4, and it will print I, which is 0, and will increase the value by 1. Now it will go to the next line. So int j equal to 0. So j is less than my numbers of I length. So j is equal to 0, and j is lesser than my numbers I dot. What is my numbers I dot length? My numbers I is 4. Now 0 is less, has to. What happens here is, so it will multiply I of j. The value of I here 0 right there. I think it might. What is inside the index of 0 1? Print 1. The the 0 is less than 4. That is true. Is now the value again. So 1 into 1 will literally, what happens is, again the value is 1, 1 equal to I is equal to 1, 1 is lesser than 4, and it comes, value of j is 1, 1 is lesser than 4. What is I of j? J will be So similarly it will stop execute. How this work? So let's move to the other topic, which is pretty much really important, which is Java methods. So what is Java methods? A method is a block of code which only runs when it is called. It is not called, it will not run. You can pass data known as parameters into a method. So these data are called as parameters. It can be passed into a method. So methods are used to perform certain actions, and they are also known as functions. These actions done by the method is called as functions. So why use methods? To reuse codes, define the code once and use it many times. You need not to write the code each and every time. You can write it once and it can be called anywhere inside the program. That's the reason we are using method right there. So let's create a method. A method must be declared within a class. So it should not be outside the class. It should be declared inside a class. It is defined with the name of the method followed by the parenthesis. It should not have a separate name. It should have the name of the method, and it should have a parenthesis at the back suffix. So the Java provides some predefined methods such as system.out.println is a method right there. These are the predefined methods. We can create our own methods like as follows in this example. So let's create a method inside the main. So public class main is a class. We have created my method followed by open close parenthesis, which is the method which has been created by us. So what's the use of this? The code to be executed, it will happen there. How a Java method works, let's example right now. So let's explain the example right there. So my method is the name of the method right there. Static means that the method belongs to the main class and not an object of the main class. So this is the reason we are using static. Static means that the method belongs to the main class and it is not an object of the main class. Okay, so it's a method, it's not an object. That's the reason we are using static. And you will learn more about this theme objects in the later. So let's see like what else you have to learn now. Void means that this method does not have a return value. You will learn more for this chapter. So let's call a method right there. So to call a method in Java, write the method's name followed by two parentheses and a semicolon. So this is how a method should be called. So in the following example, my method is used to print a text, the action when it is called. Let's see it. Inside main class, my method is used. So this is a public class which is named as main, and my method which has been used here has been created, and we are asking the system to print I just got executed. It will print as it is. And the next line we are asking public static void main string ax. We are calling my method. So what happens when you call my method? Only then the output will be executed. So I just got executed. So if we didn't call this method, so the output will not be executed. So this is how to use my methods, I mean Java methods. So let's move on. How many times a method can be called? Can be called n number of times. So let's see an example right there. Public class main, the main class, and my method is another method we have created, and we're asking the system to print, but we didn't call it. So let us call it right now. Public static void main string arguments has been given right there. and you're calling my method again and again. It will again execute the code under my method. I just got executed, I just got executed, I just got execute like 3 times. You can call the Java methods a number of times. Unless it is called, it will not execute the functionality of this method. So let's move on. So what is Java method parameters? So what are parameters actually, like right now? The parameters and arguments. So information can be passed to methods as parameters that we have seen in the earlier session. Parameters acts as variables inside the method. So parameters basically acting as a variable inside the method. So parameters are specified after the method name inside the parenthesis. You can add as many as parameters you want, just separate them with a comma. So we can have as much of parameters we want inside the parenthesis, but we have to separate it by comma. The following example has a method that takes a string called fname as parameter. So when the method is called, we pass along a first name which is used inside the method to print the full name. So let's see it right now. Let's see this example. Public class main is a main class, which is a public class again, and my method is a method right there. So let's see this side an example right. Public class main is nothing but the class created by is a public class again. So we are creating a method and bracket the parameters, which is fname. Since it's a string, we have to mention there. So we are giving the system order to print fname plus references. So it is not called and it will it. So let's call it public static void main string args. We are creating a main method, calling the method right now, and we are calling our created method my method, and we are calling liam. What is liam? Liam is stored in fname, which is name, plus will be the common one that is in double quotation. Will print references. So liam reference, calling my method Jenny, will print Jenny references, calling that Anja, print Anja reference. My method is executed only when it is called. Go here and it search fname, and what is in the fname? Liam. Will add liam plus what has to be printed. We have typed it inside the reference. How the Java method works as a parameter. Is it possible to use like multiple parameters? Yeah. So let's see it right now. So these are the multiple parameters. You can have as many parameters to use. Let's see it in an example right there. So public class main, which is again a main class, and the name of the method we have given is main method, my method, and we have given a fname, which is a string, and an integer, which is a age, and we are asking the system to print fname plus and a mandatory yes, which is inside double quotation, plus age. So we have to call this main. So we are creating a main method right here, and we are asking the string to pass the arguments, and we are calling our created method, which is my method. We are calling liam. What will be inside the liam? The f name. So the f name has to be printed here, so it will print liam, and it will print the mandatory is here is what is the 5 here? It is the integer value. So instead of the age, it will print the value stored in the age, which is 5. So it will print liam is 5, jenny is 8, anja is 31. So this is how you can use the multiple parameters right there. So it's a simple example right there. So let's move on. What are the return values? So let's see what is a return values right there. The void keyword used in examples above indicates that the method should not return a value. So the void means null. So if you want the method to return a value, you can use a primitive data type such as int, char, etc. So instead of void, we can uh, use the return keyword inside the method. So let's see it how to use it. This is an example. A public class has been created. So this is the my method which has been created by us. We are creating an integer x, and we are asking to return the value 5 plus x. So we are calling the main method, and in the print we are asking my method to be executed. So when my method is called, it will go in the my method here, and in the integer x 3 will be stored, and return 5 plus x. Now 5 plus 3 will be stored, and the output is 8. So this is how you can use return values instead of the void thing. So this is another way of getting it. So let's see another example right there. Will be like pretty much same as this one. So public class has been, which is a main class right there, and static int my method has been created. Instead of void, we are asking uh, we are included we are including int, which is an integer, and then method which has been created by us is my method. We are giving integer value of x, integer value y, which it is a whole number. We are asking to return x plus y, and we are calling the main method, and we are printing my method 5 and 3. So what happens when you are calling my method? It will go and store the value of 5 in integer x, value of 3 in integer y, and it will the value x plus y. So the output might be 8, which will add 5 and 3, which is a whole numbers, which is 8. This is another way of using my method void for the value. This is another example right there. So what happens a method with if else is asked? So let's see it right now. So a method with if else. So let's see it. So it is common to use if else statements inside a method. So let's right now. So what's an example right there? Public class main. So it's a main class right there. So that's a command right there. So create a check age method with an integer variable called age. Okay. So we are creating right here is static void check age. Check age is nothing but the method which has been created by us, and we are storing an integer value in age, and then another comment is here, if age is less than 18, print access. How to do that? So if age is less than 18, we have to print access denied, you are not old enough. So another comment, if age is greater than or equal to 18, print access granted. So else print access granted, you are old enough. What happens is we are calling the main method right here. We are calling check age. Check age is nothing but what we have created by our method, and check age 20. What happens is it will execute the check age and it will store in the place of age, it will store 20. So what happens is if 20 is less than 18, it will say access denied, but 20 is not less than 18. It will pass to else, it will print access denied. It will not print access denied since 20 is not less than 18. It will print access granted, you're old enough. So this will be the output. What happens if it is like 10? Print access denied, you are not old enough. So 10 will be here. 10 is less than 8. Yeah. So this is how you can use a method within the if else. What is a method overloading? So let's check it right now. So this is called as the method overloading. So with the method overloading, multiple methods can have the same name, different parameters. There can be different parameters but with the same name. So let's see an example. So an integer variable type has been given, the name is same, my method. So integer x the value. So again the float has been given with the same method name, with float x might be the variable, and double variable type has been given with the same name, my method, and double x and double y, two values has. Let's consider the following example which has two methods that add of different types, add numbers of different types. So the example is static int plus method int xy return x plus y, static double plus method double x double y return x plus y. This is what we are giving. We are creating a main method right there, and we are calling integer my num1 equal to plus method integer 8 comma 5. What is inside plus method 8 comma 5? So the integer values 8 and 5. And another my num2, a double, we are asking plus method double 4.3 and 6. We are asking to print plus my num1. So int colon is inside the double as it is. What is inside my num1? So 8 5. What will be right there is add x plus y, which is 5, and 13 in is 13, and in double plus num2, inside the num2 it will add 4.3 and 6.26, which might be 10.36. That's the answer for that method overloading. So let's move on. So let's see another example for the same right there. So what might be the answer here? Okay, static int plus method int x int y is given, return x plus y. So another static double plus method double x double y is given. So now we are creating a main method right below, and we are asking the arguments, we are passing the arguments. So int my num1, which should have the values of plus method 8 comma 5. What is inside plus method? 8 and 5 are integer. Now it has to return 8 x plus y, which is 8 plus 5, which is 13 again. And in double my num2 equal to plus method, again it will add 4.3 plus 6.26, which is again 10.56, and int is 13, double is 10.5. The answer right there. So I want to know what might be output. Let me type it. Might be the exact output. So let's move. What are Java scope? So let's see what is Java scope, and what is a method scope, and what is a block scope as well. So in Java, variables are only accessible inside the region they are created. So we cannot use the variable where it has not been created, right? So this is created. What is a method scope? Variables declared directly in available in tab. Call the method. So let's write that. Okay. So you can see here a class main has been created, a main method has been created right there, which has string args argument, and int x is equal to 100. So the code here cannot use x. So what happens next is system.out.println, we are calling the x, but code here can use the x. So this is what they are calling the scope. So the method scope is the variable declared directly inside a method or available anywhere in the method following the line of code in which they were declared. So only between that, only here we are declaring x is equal to 100. So it can be used only after where it has been declared. So it can be used here but not here. What is a block scope? Block of code refers to all of the code between curly braces. So whatever the code is inserted between the curly braces are called block scope. Variables declared inside blocks of code are only accessible by the code between the curly braces, which follows the line in which the variables were declared. So let's see it in an example right there. Public class main, a main class has been created, a main method has been created. So we are opening a parenthesis. This is called as a block. We are giving a value to the x, which is 100. So we cannot use 100 here, but on the next line we can use system.out.println x, so it can print 100, and we are closing the parenthesis, the blocks end here. So this is basically the block scope. So this is what they're trying to say. These are the Java scopes. So basically, what is a scope? It are like variables which are only accessible inside the region they are created. So it can be used where it has been created, not between any place. It can be used only where they are created. And we have seen what is a method scope. What is a block scope? Block scope is basically between the parentheses, and method scope is between the method. Okay, so let's move on. What is a Java recursion? So let's see with an example right now. Recursion is a technique of making a function call itself. So it can call by itself. So this is called recursion. This technique provides a way to break complicated problems down into simple problems which are easier to solve. Recursion may be a bit difficult to understand, but the best way to figure out how it works is to experiment with it. So let's see an example right now. Adding two numbers together is like easy to do, but adding a range of numbers which are more complicated is a difficult one, right? So in the example, uh, in the following, that we can see that recursion is used to add a range of numbers together by breaking it down into the simple task of adding two numbers. So let's see an example right there. Use recursion to add all of the numbers up to 10. So we are using the recursion to add all of the numbers up to 10. Let's see. So this is a main class which has been created by us, which is a public, and we are calling a main method right there, and we are creating a variable type int and giving the name result and giving the value 10, and we are asking it to sum, which means add. And in the system out.println we are calling the result which will sum 10. So let's see what else we are doing. Like we are making the main method call here, and we are giving an value for k which is an integer, and we are asking we are passing a if else statement right there. If k is greater than 0, return k plus sum of k minus 1, or else return 0. So it is like a complicated one, so let's break it down right there. And what they are saying is, so we have created a main class, we are creating a main method, and we are giving a value right there which is sum 10, and we are calling the system to print result. We are creating another main method, and we are asking if k is greater than 0. So what is k? We have to give the value to the k. So k is nothing but the integer of k is the sum right there. And let's see, return k plus sum of k minus 1, or else return 0. So what would be the value inside k? So the value here might be 10, because sum of integer k is sum of 10, which is k. So if k is greater than 0, which means 10 is greater than 0, return k plus sum of k minus 1. K is 10, 10 plus sum of k minus 1, which is 10 minus 1, which is 9. So we are asking 10 plus 9. That's what we are asking right there. So the answer might be 19, or else return 0. So let's see. K is 10. 10 is greater than 0. Yes, 10 is greater than 0. Then we have to return k plus sum of k minus 1. So in the memory it will be added 19. So this is not the output, this is actually the execute. So it will be added 19. So let me do it similarly. What happens? So it will basically add 10, and it will move to sum of k minus 1, which is 9. And again what happens is it will go here, and will check the value of k. Now what is the value of k? Now it has been reduced as 9, and it will be reducing to 8, and again it will be 7, 5, it will reducing. And what would be the outcome of it? So how this thing is happening? So let's find this. So when some function is called, it adds parameter k to the sum of all numbers smaller than k and returns the result. When k becomes 0, the function just returns 0. Program follows these steps. So when we are adding sum, it adds parameter k to the sum of all smaller than k. So it will call from 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 2, 1, and finally it will call 0. So that's what it will happen. So the result might be what is happening right now. So this is the recursion. So let's see what's a Java recursion right there. Recursion is a technique of making a function call itself. So it will call by itself. You need not to write a program to call it. This technique provides a way to break complicated problems down into simple problems which are easier to solve. Recursion may be a difficult to understand. The best way to figure it out is to experiment with it. So let's see an example right there. So adding two numbers together is easy to do, but adding a range of numbers is more complicated. The following recursion is used to add a range of number together by breaking down into a simple task of adding two numbers. So let's see the recursion to add all of the numbers up to 10. So what will be the numbers inside 10? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10. So between 10, there are like 10 different numbers, right? From 1 to 10 if you are calling. So all the numbers will be called. That's what a recursion is. So we are creating a main class right there. We are calling a main method right there. And we are calling a variable type, variable name, and we are using a recursion. What we are doing here is we are using a sum recursion keyword to 10. What happens is all the numbers between 1 to 10 will be called, and we are asking the system to print the result, which will print sum equal to 10. So there is another method. We are calling a main method sum here. And what is inside the sum? Between the sum, 10 is there. And what is inside integer k? In integer k, what will be stored? So in integer k, the value of sum is stored. What is the value of sum? 10. So 10 will be stored in this place, which is 10. So the sum of 10 will be stored here. So if 10 is lesser than or greater than 0, yeah, 10 is greater than 0, return k plus sum k minus 1. So return k is 10, sum is 10, and k minus 1 is 9. Or else return 0. What happens here is, since sum is a recursion, it will be calling by itself. So it will execute again and again and again. So again it will go to the top, Now the k will be 9, and it will return 9, and then the k will be 8, it will return 8, and so on. It will come to nothing is right, then it will else return 0 here, and the output will be adding of output is result. What is the result? Sum of 10. What is the sum of 10? The sum of 10 is 10 plus 9 plus up to 1. So let's dive into a important topic in Java. So one of the very important topic, which is nothing but OOPS concept. Which is OOPS? What is OOPS? Why OOPS? Let's see it now. So OOPS stand for object oriented programming. So Java is basically object oriented programming. So we have come to the main topic of Java right now. So procedural programming is about writing a procedures or methods that performs operations on the data, while the object oriented programming is about creating objects that contain both data and methods. So procedural programming only contains operations based on the data, but whereas the object oriented programming is about creating objects which contains both data and methods. So this is the object oriented programming. So let's see what are the several advantages over procedural programming while we are using object oriented programming. So object oriented programming, OOP is faster and easier to execute. OOP provides a clear structure for the programs. OOP helps to keep the Java code dry, don't repeat yourself, and makes the code easier to maintain, modify, and debug. So dry basically means don't repeat yourself. So by using OOPS, we know not to repeat the programs again and again, and it is very easier to maintain and modify and debug right there. OOP makes it possible to create full reusable application with less code, short development time. So it will not take much of your time right there. It's like very use, and you can consume like less time for using this. So what is the tip right there? So that don't repeat yourself means dry principle is about reducing the repetition of code. You should extract out the codes that are common for the application and place them at a single place and reuse them instead of repeating. This is basically the OOP concept. So let's see the programs right now. So what are the classes and objects in a Java? So let's see. Classes and objects are the two main aspects of object-oriented programming. So look at the following illustration to see the difference between class and objects. If fruit is a class, then objects might be apple, banana, mango. So class is a fruit. So a class can contain multiple objects: apple, banana, mango. So in another example, if a class is a car, then it can contain multiple objects like Volvo, ID, Toyota. So a class is a template for objects, and an object is an instance of a class. When the individual objects are created, they inherit all the variables methods from the class. So this is the example. This is the explanation of the concept. Let's go to the example right now. So Java classes and objects. So Java is an object-oriented programming language that we all know. So everything in Java is associated with class and objects along with its attributes and methods. We know that as well. For example, in real life, a car is an object. The car has attributes such as weight, color, methods such as drive and brake. These are all the attributes. So a class is like an object constructor or a blueprint for creating objects. So to create a class, you can use the keyword class like main.java. Create a class named main with a variable x. So let's see it here. So public class main and int x is equal to 5. So where we are giving a name, variable name, which is x. So remember from the Java syntax chapter that class should always start with an uppercase first letter, and that the name of the file should match with the class name. It should not have a separate name. So the file name should be same as the name of the class in Java. Create an object. In Java, an object is created from a class. So we have already created the class in main, so now we can use this to create an object. To create an object main, specify the class name followed by the object name and use the keyword new. So let's see it right now. So let's see it in this example. Let's create an object called myObj and print the value of x. So this is a class which is a public class and the name of the class is main, and we have created an value name of the variable x right there, which is called as an object right there. And this is not an object actually, so this is the name of the variable. So we are creating an main object right there. So public static void main string x. So my object is the object that we have having, and we are creating a new object or by adding new. So let's see it once again. So this example we are seeing that we are creating an object which is called as myObj and print the value of x. So for that we are creating a class which is a public class and the name of the class is main, and variable type is integer, variable name is x, the value is 5, and a main object is created here. And what we are doing is we are using the name of the class main. We are using the object name myObject to create a new space for the myObject. So what we're doing is main myObject equal to new main, and we are calling the system to print the value myObject x. So what happens here is a new space has been created for myObject, and in myObject the value of x is stored, which is 5 is stored in myObject. So that's what they are calling. So this is what happens when classes and objects are used. So this is because we can have a space for them. So let's see another example right there. What are multiple objects? So you can create multiple objects of one class. A class can have multiple objects, right? So let's see an example right there. Create two objects of main. Okay, let's see how to create two objects of main. So a main class has been created, a value integer has been given, so a main method has been created. So we are creating like multiple objects here. So we are using the name of the class here, and we are creating my object 1 is equal to new main. We are calling the class new class to create a space for the object 1, which is here. And again we are using the name of the class main to create my object 2, which is new main. The object 2 will be created, and we are asking the system to print the value of x in the my object and print the value of x in the my object 2, where it will store 5 and 5 in the respective objects. So this is how you create a new objects in a class by using Java. So what are the uses of multiple classes? How to create like multiple classes? Let's see that right now. You can also create an object of a class and access it to another class. You can create a class somewhere and you can access to in another class. That's what they are saying right now. This is often used for better organization of classes. One class has the attributes and methods, and other class holds the main method code to be executed. Okay, this is how it works right now. Let's see that. So remember that the name of the Java file should match the class name. So the name of the Java file should be same as the name of the class. So this is the rule of the Java. We should remember that. In this example, we have created two files in the same directory folder. So let's see. So we have created a file named as main, which is a Java file. So main.java. Another file second, which is another Java file. So what is inside main.java? Public class main, a class name, an integer type, integer name, and integer value. So in another file second, we are creating another class which is named as second, and the main method is created here, and we are creating a my object and an object here by using new main, and we are calling my object x, which is in my object the value of 5 is stored. So this is how you use two files or two multiple classes in Java. So let's move on. So what are the Java class attributes? Let's see what's the Java class attributes right now. So we have seen in the previous chapter that we use the term variable for x. The example as shown, so it is an attribute in the class, or you could say that class attributes are variables within the class. For example, let's see there. So we are creating a class which is called as main. We are having a two attributes inside that, which is x and y. So what are the class attributes right there? So we all know that after we have used variable x in example as shown below. This is actually an attribute in the class. So x is an attribute and y is an attribute. So we are creating a class attribute y. So in another class attribute is fields. So we know that. So let's access the attributes. So you can access attributes by creating an object of the class and by using dot syntax. So this is what it is. So the following example will create an object of the main class with the name myObject dot. Use the x attribute on the object to print its value. So let's see an example right there. Public class main. What is public class main? So it's a main class and we are creating an object x, and we are creating a main method, we are calling it, and we are creating an space for object main class. My object is equal to new main. We are calling the system to print my object dot x. So it will basically print 5. How to modify the attributes? You can also modify attribute value body. Let's see the example right now. So it's a public class which is named as main, and it's an value, integer value x, and main method has been created, and a new object has been created, and in the my object we are giving a value 40, and we are calling the system to print the my object x. So what is in my object x? It is 40 to 40. So or we can override the existing value, I mean the existing value. So let's see the example here. Let's change the value of x to 20. Main class has been created, the x has been created with the value of 10. Main method has been created, a new object has been created with the new space. So now my object dot x is equal to 25. Now x is 25 and not 10, since it's an method, and it can be called within the method right here. So now if we are asking the system to print my object dot x, it will print 25 and not 10. If you don't want the ability to override existing values, declare the attributes as final. So let's see an example with that. Main class has been created, a final int x is equal to 10, the value has been given, main method has been called, main object has been created. In main object x, value 25 is stored. When we are calling my object dot x, the 25 will be printed. So this is how attributes work, guys. So let's see how to use multiple objects right there. So if you objects without affecting attribute values in the other, let's see it. So what is the multiple objects? If you create multiple values in object without affecting the attribute values in the other, so example right there. So change the value of x to 25 in my object 2, and let leave the x in my object 1 and change. So let's see, we created a public class and the value of x is 5. Main method has been created, and now two new object has been created. Now my object 2 dot x is equal to 25, which means in my object 2 the value of x is 25, but in my object 1 the value of x is still 5. So while we are calling out the system to print my object of 1, it will print 5. We are calling object 2, it will print 25. So this is what they are trying to see, the multiple objects. What are multiple attributes? You can specify as many attributes you want. Let's see it in an example right there. Public class main class has been created. A string name value, string name value, and integer value. So main method has been created, an object has been created. We are calling system to print name and call my object dot fname. What is inside my object dot fname? In my object the fname is John, so in my object fname will be stored as John, and a space and plus my object last name. Again in my object last name will be stored John Doe. So then we are asking age, we are asking space, and in my object an age also will be stored, which is 24. Basically in my object the name John Doe and age 24 will be stored. So this is how to use many attributes like we want. So let's move on. What are Java class methods? So let's see what are Java class methods are. So we have learned that Java methods uh, in the chapter of Java methods, that methods are declared within a class and they are used to perform certain actions. Let's see it in an example. Let's create a method named my method in a main. So in a main class, in a my method we have created, and we are about to print hello world. So when my method prints a text, the action when it is called, to call a method, write the method's name followed by two parentheses and a semicolon. So inside the main, to call my method, what we are going to do is, like, we have created a my method, we have created a command to do, and we are creating a another method which is a main method here, and we are calling my method. What happens is it will execute whatever it is in my method, which is hello world. So Java class method are being used. So let's move on. What is the difference between static and public? So let's see right now. You'll be often see the Java program that have either static or public attributes and methods. So in an example above, the previous example, we created a static method, which means that it can be accessed without creating an object of the class, unlike the public, which can only be accessed by the objects. In an example to demonstrate the differences between static and public methods, let's see. So this is a public class which has been created, and we are using static instead of public. So this is a method static void my static method, and we are asking a system to print static methods can be called without creating objects. So this is a public method which has public here, and we have created a my public method, and we are trying to print public methods must be called by creating objects. So we are creating a main method right here, and we are calling my static method, call the static method, and my public method. This would compile an error because in a static method without a object it can be executed, but in a public method it has it should have an object, right? So it will compile an error, it will show an error right there. So what to do is we have to create a object right there. So my object equal to new main, and now we can use the my object and we can call the public method and it will return the value, right, which is public method must be created by the objects. So this is the difference between static and public. So let's move on. So is there how to access method with an object? Let's see. So let's see how to access the method with an object. Let's create a car object with named myCar. Call the fall, throttle and speed methods on the myCar object and run the program. So let's create a main class which is public class main. Let's create full throttle method which is here public method again, and let's ask the system to print the car is going as fast as it can. So we are creating a method which is speed, and we are adding a parameter as well. So public void speed, which is a method, and parameter is max speed. So we are asking the system to print max speed is plus max speed. So what happens here, let's see. So inside main, call the main method on the my car object. So public static void main string args main, we are creating a new object here, and in my car we are calling full throttle. What happens when you are doing full throttle, it will come here and it will print the car is going as fast as it can. And in speed 200, what happens is it will again go to the speed here, and it will print speed, and in integer place of max speed it will enter 200, and max speed is 200. So this is what it will print here. So this is how you can use access method with an object. So let's move on. So let's see like how to use like multiple classes for doing the same thing. So like we specified in the classes chapter, it is good practice to create an object of a class and access it the class. Remember that the name of the Java file should be same as the class name. We have created two files in the same directory, which is main and second. So what is inside the main.java? So a class name which is public class main has been created, and method full throttle has been created, and it should run the program, and the result should be the car is going as fast as it can. And we are creating another method speed with the parameter max speed, which is which stores integer actually in the space of max speed. So the max speed is plus max speed. So what is in max speed, it will be given in the next file. So let's go to the second Java file, and we have created another class second, and we are creating a main method, and we are creating a new object. We are calling myCar dot full throttle. What is in myCar? MyCar is a object which has been created here, and full throttle will go to the method here full throttle, and it will print the car is going as fast as it can. And what will be in speed 200? So this is the speed method, and in max speed 200 will be stored, and it will print the value max speed is 200. This is what is happening right there. So this is how to use multiple classes. So let's move on. Another important topic inside the Java constructors. Let's see what it is. So this is Java constructors, guys. So a constructor is a Java in constructor in Java, a constructor is a special method that is used to initialize objects. Constructor is called when an object of a class is created. It can be used to set initial values for object attributes. Let's see an example right here. Let's create a constructor. So that we have to create a main class and a class attribute, and let's create a constructor for the main class, which is main public main, which is a constructor here, which is nothing but what we create here. So for the main, so public main followed by two open close brackets, which is called the constructor. And what is the attribute here? X is equal to 5. So we are creating a attribute x. So the so so we have created a main method right there. So we have created a new object, and we are calling the system to print the my object. In my object, the x should be printed. What's the value of x here? The value of x is 5, so it will print 5. So this is how to use the Java constructor. So a constructor here is uh, public. So the public main is a constructor here, I guess. So this is a class constructor, they say, and creating a new object will call the constructor. So let's move. What are constructor parameters? Let's see. So constructors can also take parameters, which is used to initialize attributes. The following example adds an int y parameter to the constructor. So inside the constructor we set x to y, which is x equal to y. When we call the constructor, we pass a parameter constructor 5, which will set the value of x to 5. So let's see it in an example. So a class main has been created, an attribute has been created, a constructor has been created here, where the int y will be stored here. So what is x equal to y? So let's create a main method, create a main object. Let's print my object x. So in new main we have created 5. So in new main the value of y is 5. So since x is equal to y, x is equal to 5, so the output will be 5. This is how you can use the constructor parameters right there. So you can have as many parameters you want, like example public class main int model year, which will store the value of that, and int model name, and in public main int year and string name, model year equal to year and model name equal to name. And we're creating a void main, which is a main method, and which will store the string as it will pass the arguments right there. The main myCore object has been created, and in new main we are giving the value 1969 and Mustang, which will store in year 1969 and in string Mustang. When we are calling myCore object and in model year, it will go to the model year, it will equal to year, which is the year 1969. And when you are calling myCore model name, it will go to the myCore object, and it will store the model name value. Model name is equal to name. Name is nothing but the string name, which is Mustang. So the answer will be 1969 Mustangs. How we can use the parameters as much as time we want. So let's move on. Okay. So another important thing here is what are Java modifiers? Let's see here with a couple of explanations right there. So what is a modifier? By now you're like quite familiar with the public keyword that appears. It's almost all of examples. Public, we know that public class main. The public keyword is an access modifier, which means that it is used to set the access level for the classes, attributes, methods, and constructors. We divide modifiers into two groups. So access modifiers, which controls the access level, and non-access modifiers, which do not control the access level but provides other functionalities. So what are access modifiers? Let's see. For classes, you can use either public or default classes. So let's see what's a modifier. So public is a modifier. What's the description of that? The class is accessible by any other class, which is known as public. What is default? The class is only accessible by the classes in the same package. Okay, this is used when you don't specify a modifier, and can learn about in further chapters. So when you're using public, you can access a class by any other class. You can create a subclass and you can access it by default. If you're giving a class name as default, you can access only by uh, only you can access the class within the package. We cannot create another package and we cannot access it. That's the reason you're using default and public. So for attributes, methods, and constructors, you can use the one of the following. So for public, what's a public? The code is accessible for all the classes. Any classes can access the code. What if we are using a private modifier? Code is only accessible within the declared class, not even same class, only declared class. But we are using a default, it can be accessed within the same package. This is used when you don't specify a modifier. Okay, what is a protected one? The code is accessible in the same package and subclass. Okay, so this is the difference between public, private, default, and protected. So let's move on. What are the noun access modifiers? For classes, you can use either final or abstract. So what is the modifier? For final modifier, what's the description? The class cannot be inherited by other classes. That's a final modifier. Use final modifier, the class cannot be inherited by other class. So what is an abstract? The class cannot be used to create objects. So if you're using abstract, it cannot use to create another object. And for attributes and methods, you can use any one of the following. So for attributes and methods, we can use final modifier. Attributes and methods cannot be overridden or modified. Static attributes and the class. If you are using abstract, it can only be used in the abstract class and can only be used on methods. The method does not have the body. Example, abstract void run. The body is provided by the subclass inherited from learn more thing. So what's the transcend modifier? Attributes and methods are skipped when the serializing the object containing them. What is a synchronized modifier? Method can only be accessed by one thread at a time. So these are called a synchronized modifier. What is a volatile? So value of an attached. Have to remember this. On So let's see an example for final, static, and abstract. So if you don't want the ability to override existing attribute values, declare attributes as final. Let's see it in an example. So we are creating a public class and we are creating a final attribute right there, and a value of the same is, it's an integer one, and the type of the table is integer, and the attribute is final, value is 10. Again, attribute is final, the variable type is double, the variable name is pi, which is pi, and the value is 14, I mean 3.14. So a main method has been called, a new object has been created. In my object, the value of x is stored as 50, which will generate an error because it cannot assign a final variable. And in same my object pi, the value is given as 25, which will also generate an error, which is the reason cannot assign the final variable, because we have given final variables here. Need to print it. So let's see what happens same in static. A static method means that it can be accessed without creating an object class, that we know that. So let's see an example to demonstrate it. The public class has been created, a static method has been created. We are giving a code to print. Static method can be called without creating objects. So a public method has been created, the value has been given, the main method has been created. We are calling the static method and calling the public method. While we are calling the static method, it will print. While calling the public method, it will not be printing the answer because we have to create an object to create a value for the method. So we are creating a new object and we are calling again, call the public. So this is in public and static method. So what's an abstract method? An abstract method belongs to an abstract class and it does not have a body. The body is provided by the subclass. So let's see an example right there. So code from file name main.java, and this is the comment right there. So let's create an abstract class. So abstract main class has been created. So public string fname has been created. The first name is John, and an integer value which can store 24 has been created. A public abstract void study has been created, which is an abstract method. So another subclass has been created here, which we are using class student, which is an extension of main, which means that it has been inherited from main. So a new class student has been created and we are using extends keyword here to inherit main. So another public integer graduation year equal to 2018 has been given, and another public void study, which is an abstract method, body of the abstract method is given here, and we are calling the system to print steady all day long. So what's a command here that and command has been given here, like code from file name is main.java, the code from file name second, okay, a new file has been created and second class has been created here. New method main method has been calling here. Those of the student class which inherit attributes from main. Okay, so like student my object has is equal to new student. This is a new object which has been created. Giving us, we are asking the system to print name as my object dot f name. What is my object? It will go to the main object and it will search for my object. No, my object has been created in the second class. It will go to new student, will store the new student, and In my object, fname will be stored. The fname is in the first class, which is John, and on the age, my object will store the value of age, which is 24. And in graduation year, in my object, the graduation year will be stored. It will again go to the first thing, and it will search the subclass, which is 2018. And in my object study, it will call the abstract method. Basically, it will go to the abstract method and it will call it. Might be the answer of this. Then it will be calling uh, study, and it will go here and it will print studying all day long. Might be the output of that. So this is how you use final, static, and abstract attribute. So let's move. So this is another important topic in Java, which is Java encapsulation. So what is a Java encapsulation? Let's see right now. So what is encapsulation? The meaning of encapsulation is to make sure that must declare class variables and attributes as private. We can provide public get and set methods to access and update the value of a private variable. So what is get and set? So you learned from the previous variables. Private variables can be accessed within the same class. An outside class has no access to. But however, it is possible to access them. Provide public get and set methods. So let's see it right there. The get method returns the variable value and the set method sets the value. So the get method actually returns the variable value, right? And the set method actually sets the value. So syntax for both is that they start with either get or set followed by the name of the variable with the first or in the uppercase. So let's see an example right there. So this is public class which is named as person, and a private string name has been given which is equal to restricted access. And we are using a getter method right here, which is public string get name, which is a getter, and we are asking to return a value of the name. And in setter we are setting the value, which is again a public void set name, and we are giving a string name, and this dot name equal to new name. We're creating a new name here. So let's explain this example. The get method returns the value of the variable name, but the set method takes a parameter which is creating a new name and assign it to the name variable. This keyword is used to refer to the current object. However, as the name variable is declared as private, we cannot access it from outside the class. Let's see it in an example right there. So a public class has been created, a public static void main method has been created, person object has been created, a new person, and in my object name John has been entered. It will enter an error. What's the reason? Because in my object name it will not call my object. So we have to create a setter, getter and setter method for this. That's the reason it's giving error right there. Okay, let's see it in a further example. What we can use. Okay, so main class has been created, main method has been created, new object has been created. We are calling a new object and we are setting the set name John, where the value of the variable will be set to John, and in the println we are calling get name, so it will give the name John. So this is how to use the getter. And so without the set name we are calling John, it will enter an error. So let's move forward. So let's see why encapsulation is so important. So better control of class attributes and methods. So the class attributes can be made read only, so no one can change it. You only use the get method, or write only if you only use the set method. So what is flexibility of this thing? The programmer can change one part of the code without affecting the other parts, increase security of the data. So this is how and why we are using encapsulation. Let's move on. So what are the packages in Java? Let's see. So there are like inbuilt packages and we can also create packages. Let's see about them. So what are the Java packages and API? The Java package is in Java is used to create related classes and create classes related to the package. Think of it as a folder in a file directory. We use packages to avoid name conflicts. To write a better maintainable code, package is divided into two categories, which is a built-in packages. Uh, these are from the Java API, and another thing is like user defined packages, which we are creating our very own packages right there. So what are the built-in packages? The Java API is a library of pre-written classes. They are like free to use, included in the Java development environment, so we can access the predefined packages, use it for our use. The library contains components for main, managing input, data programming, and much more. The complete list can be found at Oracle's website, so it is given here, you can search it. The library is divided into packages and classes, meaning you can either import a single class along with its methods and attributes, or a whole package that contain all the classes that belong to this specific package. So to use a class or package from the library, you need to use import keyword. Okay, let's use this. So let's see like how to import a class. So if you find a class you want to use, for example the scanner class, if you want to use, which is a predefined package inside the Java, is used as an input. So you can write the following code. Example import, we should use the keyword import java.util.scanner, which will download and use the scanner package. So in the example above, java.util is a package where scanner is a class of Java util package. So scanner is a class, util is a package of Java. So to use the scanner class, create an object of the class and use any of the available methods found in the scanner class documentation. And in our example, we will use the next line method, which is used to read a complete line. So let's see an example right there. So let's use the scanner class to get user input. So we are using import java.util.scanner, which will use the util package and scanner class, and we are creating our own class, which is my class, and we are calling a method. We are creating uh, an object by using the scanner class name, and we are calling a function here itself like system.in. So in the output we are calling the value to enter username, and in the next line we are using the string username is equal to my object, which is next line. So in my object next line will be stored, and in system.out.println username is plus username. What happens, we are giving an username, the name will go here, and which is a string username, which will go to the my object, and it will go to the next line keyword, which allows us to create our very own username because we are using util package. So that's a difference. So let's move on. So let's move to the another important topic right there, which is nothing but inheritance. What is a Java inheritance? Java inheritance is a subclass and a superclass. It contains subclass and superclass. So it is possible to inherit attributes and methods from one class to another. We group the inheritance concept into two categories. So which is a subclass, which is also called as a child class, the class that inherits from the another class. So another one is superclass, which is also called as a parent class, and it is the class being inherited from this main class, the parent class, right? Class is actually being inherited by another subclass called a superclass or parent class. To inherit from a class, use the extends key. So in the example below, the car class, which is a subclass, inherits from the attributes vehicle class, which is a superclass, right? So vehicles, there are like various vehicles there. Let's see an example. So a class vehicle, which is a superclass, has been created, and a protected string has been created, which is a brand equal to Ford. This is the variable name value Ford, nothing but a vehicle attribute right there. And another public method has been created, which is honk, which will print the value toot toot, the method vehicle method. And this is a superclass parent class, right? And let's see the subclass. So we are using the parent class name class car, which is a subclass name, and we are using the extends keyword to uh, inherit from the parent vehicle class. So this is the subclass, which is car. We are using extends keyword to use the parent class, which is vehicle. So class car extends vehicle right there. And in private, we are creating another string model name Mustang and another attribute right there. And we are creating a public static void main, which is a string arguments right there. Let's create a my car object, which is car my car equal to new car. The car is nothing but the class name, and call the honk method from the vehicle class on the my car object. So let's use this. Let's use my car and let's call honk. Honk is nothing but the object that we have created earlier on a parent class. So what happens here is it will display the value of the brand attribute from the vehicle class and the value of the model name from the car class. So system.out.println, and we are using my car.brand, which will go to my car, and will store inside the brand object my car model name, which is Mustang. So this is how to use Java inheritance. Inherit is nothing but inheriting. So let's move on, guys. There's like something that we need to know about this inheritance. Let's see that. A little explanation of the same. So did you know or did you notice that protected modifier in the vehicle? Yes, we set the brand attribute in vehicle to be protected access modifier. If it's set to private, the call class not able to access it, so it has been used as protected. Why and when to use inheritance? It is useful for code reusability, reuse attributes and methods of an existing class, and you create a new class. Let's see a tip here. So also take a look at the next chapter, polymorphism, which uses inherited methods to perform different tasks. It So what is a Java polymorphism, guys? So let's see right now. So Java polymorphism. So what is a polymorphism? Polymorphism means many forms. Occurs when we have many classes to each other by in. Polymorphism means many forms. So let's remember. And it occurs when we have many classes that are related to each other by inheritance. Like we specified in the previous chapter, inheritance let us inherit attributes and methods from another class. So polymorphism uses those methods to perform different tasks. This allows to perform a single action in different ways. So let's see that in an example right there. For example, think of a superclass called animal that has a method called animal sound. Subclasses of animals could be like pigs, cats, dogs, birds, and they also have their very own implementation of an animal sound. Like you know that pig oinks, the cat meows, etc. Let's see an example right there. So this is a base or parent class which is animal, and a method has been created, animal sound. We have to print the animal makes a sound. So there's another class which is a subclass pig, which actually extends the animal class, and another method animal sound. The same method has been utilized. We are printing the pig says bb, and another subclass dog has been created by extending the animal subclass, and we can say the same method has been created, and the system.out.println actually prints the dog says meow bow bow. So what does this means? Let's see that in detail right now. So in this example, the class base classes, the super classes, the parent classes animal, and the method is animal method, and animal makes a sound, and we are creating a pig and subclass, and we're creating a class dog subclass, and main class below. This is not a super class, this is a main class. So in the main class we are creating a main method, and we are creating a main object right there, which is named as animal, and in the animal object we are calling my pig subclass. No, we are creating a my pig object, another object, which is right there, new pig, and which this is the class name, right? And in animal object we are creating my dog object, which is from the dog class. So I'm calling my animal to store in my animal object the value of animal sound. What is the value of animal sound? It will go there, animal makes a sound will be printed, and in my pig, which is also be stored in animal object, uh, my pig animal sound will be stored. What is an animal sound again? we'll go to the pig and it will say, the pig says we, and in my dog animal sound, again it will go to the dog class, and it will go to the dog class here, and the dog says Baba will be stored. This is how you use the polymorphism. We can use the multiple classes, multiple objects. We can see we have created animal object, and inside the animal object we have created my pig object, which will has a my pig class. My dog object has been created, and which will have the dog class, and we are calling my animal object to store animal sound, and we are calling my pig object to store animal sound, which will be inside the pig class. We are calling my dog object to store animal sound, which will be inside dog class. So that's how polymorphism works. So let's move on. Why and when to use the inheritance and polymorphism? So it is useful for code reusability, reuse attributes and methods of existing class when you create a new class. Let's see the Java inner class right now. So what are Java inner class, guys? So in Java it is also possible to nest classes. So a class within a class, so that's called nest classes. The purpose of nested classes is to group classes that belong together, which makes your code more readable and maintainable. So to access the inner class, let's create an object of the outer class, then create an object of the inner class. So let's see it in an example right there. So this is an example. So we are creating an outer class which has the value of attributes int x is equal to 10, and we are creating an inner class which has values int y equal to 5. We are creating a main class, and we are calling a main method, and for outer class we are creating my outer object which has outer class. We are calling the outer class uh, to store inner class object my inner equal to my outer dot new inner class. So what happens if we call my inner y and my outer y x? So in my inner y, the value of inner class will be stored, which is 5, and in my outer the value of x 10 will be stored. Output we are adding inner my inner plus my outer, which is 5 plus 10 15. So this is inner class as example. Let's move to the private inner class. What's a private inner class? So unlike a regular class, an inner class can be private or protected. Don't want outside objects to access the inner class, so let's declare the class as private. So let's see an example right there. So class, an outer class has been created, and value has been given. Private class has been class, the value has been given. Main class has been created, main method has been created. For the outer class, a new object has been created, which is my outer, and in outer class you're actually placing the value of inner class, which is my inner. What is in my inner? My inner is nothing but a new object which has been created in the outer class. So my inner is equal to my outer dot new inner class, which is for the my inner. So if you are calling println to print the value of my inner dot y and my outer dot x, it will actually add the 10 plus 5, which is 15 again. But there will be an error in the private class, because the private inner class is from an outer class, which really gives an error because it's not inside a class, it's outside the class. So we cannot use a private class from an outer class to access this, so this will give an error. So let's see the static inner class can that you bit of the outer class, because static class doesn't need an object to be executed, we know that. Let's see an example right there, class outer class right there, an example is here, and static class inner class is there, an example is here as well. Main class has been created, a main method has been created, an outer class inner class, my inner method has been created, my outer class dot inner class has been created here, and my inner dot y has been created. So if you're calling my inner dot y without an object created, it can give the value of 5 in create an object. So this is the inner classes and outer classes in Java. So let's move on. So let's see how to access the outer class from the inner class right now. So one advantage of the inner class is that they can access attributes and methods of the outer class. So let's see it in an example. So what's an advantage of inner class? It is that they can access attributes and methods of outer. They can actually class. So let's see example that the outer class is there and value is here, then class is there, and a public integer has been used, and method my inner method has been created, and we can return the value of x where it will use the n. So let's see the main created, main method has been created, a new object my outer has been created from the outer class here, and in the outer class we are creating a new inner class my inner object, which is my outer dot new. So we are basically using the outer class information to create a new inner class object, which is named as my inner, is equal to my outer object, which will create a new inner class as information. So while we are using this in a program, you can call my inner method, which will call the value of outer class and will yield the value n. So let's move on. So what is an abstract classes and methods? Let's see. So we know that data abstraction is a process of hiding certain details and showing only the essential information to the user. Abstraction can be achieved with either abstract classes or interfaces, which you will learn more about in the next chapter. So the abstract keyword is a non-access modifier used for classes and methods. An abstract class is a restricted class that cannot be used to create objects. To access it, it must be inherited from the another class. You cannot have its own class. So an abstract method can only be used in abstract class. It does not have any body at all. The body is provided by this subclass. It should be inherited from. So an abstract class can have both abstract and regular methods. So an abstract class animal is an abstract class. Public abstract void animal sound is a method, which is again an abstract method. And sleep that has been created, and you can print z. So from the above example, it is not possible to create an object for an animal as that. So animal my object new animal will generate an error. We cannot create that in an abstract class, but we can inherit from another class. Let's convert class. Remember from the inheritance chapter that use the extends keyword to inherit from a class. Let's use it here. So this is an abstract class, which is abstract class animal. So let's create an abstract method animal sound. Let's create a regular method void sleep, which is sleep, public void sleep. So we are creating a subclass which is extending from the abstract class. The class big is a subclass which extends animal, and we are creating a method animal sound. The body of animal sound is provided here, and let's print the pic says VV. We are creating a main class right there, and we are creating a main method. We are creating a new object. We are calling my big animal sound and my big sleep, which will give the value the pic says VV. So why and when to use abstract class? To achieve security, hide certain data. Please show the important data. So purpose we can use the abstract class. So let's note that abstract can also be achieved with interfaces, which you will chapter. So this is abstract classes methods right now. So let's see what is an interface, right? So interfaces. Another way to achieve the abstraction is with so an interface is a completely abstract class that is used to group related methods with empty bodies. Example here, which is an interface example. So we are using interface animal instead of abstract, and this is a interface, and the name of the interface is animal, and an animal sound has been created, which is another interface method, and another interface method has been created, which is run. So it does not have a body, right? So let's see. To access the interface method, the interface must be implemented. So it should be inherited by another class with implements instead of extends. The body of the interface method is provided by the implement class. So let's see an example how to interface. So interface animal has been created, and the method animal sound has been created, which does not have a body, and sleep method has been created, again it does not have a body. And let's use an implement interface class big implements animal. Instead of extends, we are using implements because we are using interface right here. So class big implements animal, and another animal sound method has been created, and the body has a code which is out of println. The pic says pv, and another method has been created which is a public method, and another body of code is provided here. Main class, and we are calling the main method. We are creating a new object, and we are calling mypic class, and animal sound method, and mypic class, and sleep method, which will enter the value the pic says vv's. Okay, let's take a node sound interface. So like abstract classes interfaces cannot be used to create objects. Okay, we should remember that it cannot be used to create an object. The example above, it is not possible. My main class. So interface methods not have a body. The body is provided by the implement class. So on implementation of an interface, you must override all of its methods. Interface methods are by default abstract and public. So they are abstract and public by default. We cannot change it. Interface attributes are defined public, static, and final as well. An interface cannot contain a constructor. It is It does not have a constructor, right? You cannot create objects right there. So why and when to use interfaces? This is an important question right there. So to achieve security, so hide certain details and only show the important details of an object, which is interfaces. And Java does not support multiple inheritance. A class can only inherit from one superclass. However, it can achieve with interfaces because a class can implement multiple interfaces. So we should note that implement multiple interfaces, separate them with a comma. So let's see in an example right below. So multiple interfaces, to implement multiple interfaces, separated them with a comma. Let's see an example right there. So this is an interface with the name first interface, and a my method has been created. This is an interface method, and another interface, second interface has been created, and my other method has been created. This is another interface method. We're creating a class which is a subclass, and which is has a name demo class, and it implements first interface and second interface. You can use comma to use two different interface in one line. This is multiple interfacing, but inheritance does not allow multiple inheritance, but interface allows multiple interface. We are just using two classes by adding a comma here. My method has been created, a method, this is a method, and we are printing a test some text, and another method has been created here, my other method. We're printing another test, and we are creating a main class, and we are calling the main method. We are creating a my object from a demo class, and we are storing my object in the space of my object. We are storing the value of my method, and my other method will give some text, some other text. The use of interface. Another important thing, enums. So let's see what's a enum in Java. So what are the enums? An enum is a special class that represents a group of constants, unchangeable variables like final variables. An enum is a special class. It's actually a class. An enum is a class, but it's a special class. But it represents a group of constants which cannot be changed. Like it has unchangeable variables like final variables. So to create a enum, use a enum keyword of class on create the constant with a comma that they should be in uppercase letters, should completely in uppercase letters. It should all be in capital letters. So the name of the class should be enum, and a level is a class which is a enum class. That's the reason instead of class we are using enum. And these are constants. These are not a method. These are constant. So we are using it in a capital. That's the rule. So low, medium, high, or constants we are using. So you can access enum constants with the dot syntax. Let's see it here. So level my variable equal to level dot medium, where we are using medium constant. Medium is a short for enumerations, which means specifically listed. Okay, so let's see enum inside a class. You can also have a enum inside a class. Right, what's an example right there? Public class main, and it's a main class, and we are creating another class which is a enum class level. We are creating a constant low, medium, high. We are creating a main method. We are creating a myvar object, and in level we are using medium constant, and we are calling my variable. What will be the output? Medium. So enum in a switch statement, let's say enums are often used in switch statements to check the corresponding values. Let's see enum level low, medium, high. So a main class has been created, main method has been created. In level my variable level medium has been used, which is a constant. So stitch which my variable case low level, case medium level, case high level. What will be the output? Since we have used medium here, the output might be medium level. So let's see the loop through an enum. So the enum types has a values method which returns an array constant. So this method is useful when you want to loop through the constants of an enum. Let's see an example right there. So for lever my var level values, not println my var, what will be the output here? So in level my var and level values, we are using enum, then will print low, medium, and high. Between enum classes, let's see. Enum can, just like a class, have attributes and methods. The only difference is that enum constants are public, static, and final, and it cannot be changed and it cannot be overridden as well. Enum cannot be used to create objects and it cannot extend other classes, but it can implement interfaces. And why and when to use enum? The use of enum when you have values that you know which aren't going to change, like month, days, colors, deck of cards, etc. The place where we are going to use enums right there. So let's see another important topic, which is Java user input right there. So what is a Java user input? In other words, scanner. So what is a Java user input? The scanner class is used to get user input and it is found in the java.util package. So the scanner class is used to get user input, right? And it is found in the java util package. And to use a scanner class, you should create an object of the class and use of the available methods from class document. Let's see the example. We are using the next line method, which is used to read strings. So let's see an example, right? Import java.util.scanner, uh, which is, again, we are using the import the scanner class, and let's see, we are creating a class right there. This is the line which has to be used if you are importing a util package and scanner class. This is the main class we are creating, and main method we are creating a my object, and we are using a new scanner system.in to create a scanner object, and we are enter the username, and let's see string username equal to my object next line to read the user input, and we are asking system to print username is the username as input, like we are asking the output basically as input. So if you don't know what the package is, read our Java package tutorial. So input types in the example, we used next line method, which is used to read string to types. Look at the tables below. So what are the other types? Is the method, the description. So what is the next boolean method? It reads the boolean value from the other user, and next byte reads the byte value from the other user, next double the double value from the other user. Similarly, float, int, line, long, short will use these values from the other as you same package. So let's see another example of java.util.scanner. A main class created, new object has been created. And in that, in system.out.println, we're creating a string name, and from where my object, and keyword next line. And to enter the numeric input, we are age equal to next line, next int, salary, double key, double variable, and in my object dot next double. So when we are using next, we are allowing users to enter the input in the output, enter the value in the output. So the output will be name, we can enter the name. Output will be age, we can enter the age. Salary, we can. Let's move on. So how to use the dates in Java? So let's see that. So how to use it? Java dates. So Java does not have a built-in date class, but we can import the Java time package that. Uh, the package includes many date and time classes. For example, like local date, which represents a year, month, day, and local time, which represents hour, minute, second, nanoseconds. And local date and time represent both a date and a time. And time formatter, with displaying and passing date time objects. So this is how we can use date and times in Java. So let's see a simple program to display the present time right now. So to display the current time, like import the java.time.localDate class and use its now method. So we are using this class as said, and we're creating a main class, and we're creating a main object. We are creating a main method. We are creating a main object. We are calling my object, and it will display the current date. So similarly, to display the current uh, time, we can use java time.localTime package, and we can create a method object in local time, call my object. So what might be the output? The output will be like this, which is hour, minute, second, and nanosecond. So another example is local date and time. So which will include date before the time. And another example is to uh, give it in a format we like, so which will uh, have a format of this. So before formatting, it will be adding the nanosecond, but we don't want nanosecond, right? What we can do here is we can import the time.localDate time package. Class has been created, method has been created, object has been created. So let's uh, print what is before formatting, and let's print a new thing. Let's create a string and an object. Let's print after formatting. This is basically from package, guys, and it will print from the package. So this is how you can use the date and time in Java. Let's move on. So this is another important topic here. Let's see. So this is array list. We have seen arrays, multi-dimensional arrays, two-dimensional arrays, single-dimensional arrays, but this is array list. So the array list class is a resizable array which can be found in java.util package. So this is resizable array. So let's see. The difference between an array and an array list is in Java is that the size of an array cannot be modified. If you want to add or remove elements from an array, you have to create a new one, while elements can be added or removed from an array list whenever you want. The system is also slightly different. For example, let's create an array list object called cars that will store strings. We are using the util package again, and let's see. This is how to use the array list. The array list and string inside the open close uh, bracket with a symbol like this, which is lesser than or greater than symbol, and this is the name of the uh, methods, right? Name of the variable, which is cars, and and we are creating a array list object. So this is the name of the object. So cars is an object, and we are creating new array list dot string. This is the uh, keyword that has to be used to use the array list. It cannot be changed. We don't know what a package is. We know what a package is. Let's add an item to the array list class. It has like many useful methods. Let's add an array list to use add methods right there. So let's see an example right there. So import java.util.arraylist. So a public class has been created, which is main class, and a main method has been created, and in an array list uh, which is a type of string, and an object cars has been created. A new array list string has been created. Like let's see, cars stat add Volvo, BMW, Ford, Mazda. We have entered everything inside a cars object, and we are calling to print cars. So what happens here? Let's see. Access an item. To access an element in the array list, use the get method and refer the index number. So car.gets will get the index what has been stored in 0, which is Valvo, and let's remember that array indexes starts with 0. 0 is the first element, 1 is the second element. Change an element or modify an element. Let's use set, refer the index number. To set 0 comma opal, which will replace Volvo into opal, and to remove an item, let's use remove, and car start remove 0, it will remove whatever it is 0, and let's clear the list. I mean, which we can remove all the elements in the list. We can use clear element clear method again, or dot clear, and in to resize the array list size, to find the array list size, we can use the method size. So let's remember, to access get, to modify set, to remove, to clear, to remove everything clear, to know the size. So let's see an example right there. So how to use the loop through an array list. Loop through the elements of an array list with a for loop and use its size and methods to specify how many times the loop should run. So main class has been created, main method has been created, an array list has been created here, and the name has been given. We are adding the list into the array list. So let's enter a for statement. If I equal to 0, I lesser than car size. What is the size of the cars? Which is 1 2 3 4, and I plus plus, and let's car get I. So we are using get I, which means it will enter Volvo, BMW, Ford, Mazda. So 0 1 2 3. So the size is 1 2 3 4, but the storage is 0 1 2 3. So since this 3 is lesser than 4, it will print everything. So let's move on. Let's see this. You can also loop through an array list with the for each loop. See, we have created everything as same, and we are calling for loop here, string I cars, and we are calling I. So string I means name and cars is the name of this thing, and we are asking to print I, which will print everything in I. What is the everything in I? Cars of I is Volvo, BMW, Ford, Mazda. To print everything. Let's see another type. So elements in an array, these are actually objects. In the example above, we created elements objects of string. So remember that a string in Java is an object and not a primitive type. To use other types such as int, you must specify an equivalent wrapper class, which is an integer. For other primitive types, use boolean for boolean, character for char, double for double, etc. We know that. So let's see an example right there. Create an array list to store numbers. Add elements of the type integer. So we are using the package which has been predefined by the java.util.arraylist, and main class has been created, main method has been created, and array list has been created. My numbers is the name of this array list, and we are telling to add different numbers like 10, 15, 20, 25. So now what would be the output right here? So it will add whatever it is in the I. So I 0 10 15 20 25, everything will be on the next line. So the output so let's move on to the next thing, sort on array list. How to sort an array list? Another useful class in the util java util package is that collection class, which includes a sort method for sorting lists alphabetically or numerically. So let's see an example right there. Let's sort an array list of strings. Import.java.util array list. It's a package which has been predefined by Java, and we are using it. And we are also using util collections, which is a collection class, and it is from the util package as well. It has been predefined by Java. We are importing both the thing, and let's use public class main and creating a main method. And what is the array list right here? uh, we are creating a cars array list name. We are adding everything, and we are asking collections dot sort cars, so it will sort the cars. So for string I is to cars, print I. What might be the answer? So this might be the answer. This will be the answer right there. So we are just asking to sort, it will sort. In terms of alphabet, I guess. So let's go to the example, another example. Let's sort an array list of integers. Util package array list, util collections predefined Java. Main class, main method has been created, and array list integer type, my number has been created. We are asking to add all this thing, and we are asking collection to sort my numbers. So what if you are asking sort my numbers? It will sort from the lower number to will be the output. So it will sort. That's a beauty of sort. So I think this is array list. So let's. So what's the linked list? So let's see what a linked list is. So in Java linked list, in the previous chapter that we have learned about the array list class. So the linked list class is almost identical to the array list. So let's see in an example, we have used the Java package, created a main class, main method, array list, which is a string again, and we are adding all this. We are calling print ln and add cast, which will print Volvo BMW Mazda. And what is the difference between array list and linked list? The linked list class is a collection which can contain many objects of the same type, just like array list, but the list class has all of the same methods as array list class because they both implement list interface. This means that you can add items, change items, remove items, and clear the list in the same way. However, while the array list class and linked list class can be used in same way, they are built very differently. Let's see how the array list works. The array list has a regular array inside it, which is an element is added, it is placed into an array. If the array is not big enough, new and larger array is created to replace the old one. The old one is removed. But in the linked list, it stores its items in containers. This list is a list to the first container, and each container has a link to next container in the list. To add an element to the list, the element is placed into a new container, and that container is linked to one of the other containers in the list. So this is how the linked and array list works. So when to use them? So you use an array list for storing and accessing data, and linked list to manipulate data. If you want to change the data or something like that, you can use linked list. What are the linked list methods? For many cases, the array list is more efficient as it is common to need access to the random items in the list. But the linked list is as provides several methods to the certain operations more efficiently. Let's see. So add first is a method. It adds items to the beginning of the list. Add last adds at the end of the list. Remove first removes item from the beginning. Remove last the items from the last. Get first get the item what is inside the list at the beginning, and get last will get the item at the end of the list. This is the difference between array and linked list. So let's move on. So this is another important thing, which is a hash map. Let's see what it is. So what is a Java hash map, guys? So let's see what a Java hash map is. So in the array list chapter that we have learned that arrays. So in the array list chapter that we have learned that array stores items as an ordered collection, and you have access them and with an index number like in type. And a hash map, however, stores items in key value pairs, and you can access them via index of another type, which is a string. So let's see what a hash map is. So one object is used as a key index and another object as a value. So let's store different it can store different types, string keys, integer keys with the same type, like string keys and string values. So let's see an example right here. Let's create a hash map, an object called capital cities that will store string keys and string values. Let's import java.util.hashmap, and let's import the hashmap class. Let's see it. So hashmap string capital cities equal to new hashmap string. So this is basically we are creating an object over there. We are adding in items, like the hashmap class has many useful methods. For example, it can add items to it, it can put method to it. So how to import the hashmap class? It can import java.util hashmap, which is a predefined Java package which can be used to import hashmap class, and public class main has been created, a main method has been created. So now we are going to create a hashmap object called capital cities. So hashmap is having a string and a capital cities is a object, right? So we are creating it in hashmap again. So now add keys and values. So this is a key country and values are city in this example. So capital cities dot put England London, and Germany Berlin, Norway Oslo, USA Washington DC, and we are calling capital cities object. It will print uh, all the capital cities. So this is how the output might be. Okay, this is how the output will look. So let's access an item. How to access an item inside the hash map? To access a value in the hash map, use the get method and refer to its like capital cities. Get England, can access it. To remove, let's use remove method and use the name. To remove all, let's use clear method, like here. Let's find the items are there. Let's use size method. Let's loop through a hash map. So how to loop through an item in a hash map? With a for loop each. For each loop, use the key set method if you want to only want the keys. Use values if you only want the values. So to print keys, let's see what we can do. For string I capital cities key set, which will print I, see the keys. For values, string I capital cities values. So let's see in another example to print keys and values in same string I capital cities dot set key I value and capital. Let's see other types, like what are the keys and values in a hash map are actually objects. The keys and values in a hash map are actually objects. In the example above, we used objects of the type string. So let's remember that a string in Java is an object and not a other types as integer, for example. And for other primitive types, let's use if you want to use boolean, you can use boolean. For character, you can use char. For double, you can use like likewise. In another example, right? Let's create people that will store and integer values. See, so let's uh, like java.util.hashmap package, which is predefined by Java. Main class has been created, main method has been created. So let's create a hash map object called people. Hash map integer, string, and integer. And let's create a new one which is people, and let's add keys and values. So in people object we are adding key value value. So let's call this thing like string I people dot key set, asking the system to print key plus I and plus value plus, let's get I. So what might be the answer? What's a Java hash set, guys? A hash set is a collection of items where every item is unique and it is found in the package right there. For example, let's create a hash set object called cars that will store strings. So you can use java.util.hash set package, find Java package, and we are creating a hash set like hash set string, and we are naming it as cars. The object name is cars equal to new hash set, and let's add item to that. The hash set class has multiple methods. For example, to add items to it, use the add method right there. So let's create it. So import java.util.hash set semicolon and public class right there. We are creating a main method, we are creating a name string, and we are creating all the names, and we when we are calling cost it will print Volvo, BMW, Ford, Mazda as well. So the hash set is also like same what we have seen, like we can use uh, check whether an item exists. Hash set user containers. So let's use cars that contains Mazda. To remove we can use cars that remove Volvo. To clear cars that clear. To find the size, car that size. And let's see a loop through hash set, like for string I cars and I. It will print all the items in the I. For other types, items in an hash set are actually objects. In the example above, we created items of the type string. Remember that the string in Java is an object and not a primitive type. To use the other types such as int, specify an equal wrapper class, which is an integer. For other primitive types like use boolean for boolean and character for char and double for double, etc. Let's see an example. Let's use a hash set that stores integer objects. Let's use java.util.hash set, and in a main class, in a main method, we are creating a hash set object like integer object number, and we are adding values to that 7 and 8. So let's see what's inside the for loop by using hash set, like for int I equal to 1 and I less than equal to 10, I plus plus, and if numbers dot contains I, println I plus was found in the set, or else I was not found. So this is how the answer will be. Let's move on. What is a Java iterator? So let's see what the Java iterator is. So an iterator is an object that can be used to do loop through collections, and like array list and hash set, it is called as an iterator because it is a technical term for looping. So loop through right there. Use an iterator. So to use an iterator, must import it from Java. So let's see how to get an iterator. So the iterator method can be used to get an iterator for any collection. So let's see an example right there. So an array list class and iterator class has been imported, so we can see right there, and the main class has been created, main method has been created. Let's create a collection. Before that, create an object for array list, and collection of cars has been added. So let's get an iterator. So iterator string id is an object of iterator. This is called as an iterator, cars dot iterator. So let's print it dot next. What happens? It will print all the cars. So let's see a looping through a collection. To loop through a collection, use the has next and next methods of the iterator. While it is has next, println it dot next, and removing items from a collection is iterator designed to easily change the collection. They remove and while looping. So let's see an example. Use an iterator to remove numbers less than 10 from a collection. Like import java.util array list, import java.util iterator. So this is the main class, this is the main method, this is an iterator name, iterated method which has been created. Adding all these things to the numbers, and an iterator id has been object, an iterator object has been created. So while it dot has next integer I equal to it dot next. If I is less than 10, it dot remove, so print numbers. Let's see below. This would be the output, guys. 12 and 23. Let's move. What's a Java wrapper class? So let's see what's a Java wrapper class is right now. So a Java wrapper classes provide a way to use primitive data types like int, boolean, etc. And the table below shows a primitive type and the equivalent wrapper classes. So for byte, the primitive type, and the wrapper class is also byte, which has a uppercase letter at the beginning. So there's a difference here for short, int, long, float, double, boolean, char. Everything has a wrapper class which has started with the capital, and for char we have to use, other than that it is capital letter at the beginning. Sometimes you must use wrapper classes, for example when working with collection objects such as array list, where primitive types cannot be used. The list can only store objects. So let's see an example like that. Array list int my numbers equal to new array list int, which shows invalid. Integer my numbers to new array list integer. If you're giving complete name, it is valid. So that's the wrapper class. We should be careful. Creating wrapper objects. To create a wrapper object class instead of primitive type, so create the value the object. See, main class has been, main method has been, an integer has been created, double has been created, a character has been created, 5.9. The most important thing in the topic of Java is like Java exceptions, try and, so what's Java exceptions, try and catch? Let's see what are the Java exceptions. When executing Java code, different errors can occur. Coding errors made by the programmer, code, or other unforeseeable things. When an error occurs, Java will normally stop and generate an error message. The technical term for this is Java will throw an exception, throw an error. So let's use Java try and catch to find these things. So the try statement allows you to define a block of code to be tested for errors while it is being executed. The catch statement allows you to define a block of code to be executed if an error occurs in the try block. Let's try and catch keywords come in pairs. Let's see the syntax. Try open close parenthesis between the parenthesis block of code to try, and then catch exception E between the open close parenthesis block of code to be handle errors. This is a syntax. Try block of code to try and catch between the bracket exception E the parenthesis the code to catch it. So this is the so let's see the program. So let's consider the following example. This will generate an error because my number 10 does not exist. So public class main, which is a main class, a main method, and an array has been created, single dimensional array, 9 numbers, 1 2 3. So we are calling to execute my numbers 10. It has like a 3 2 or 3 space. So let's execute to catch this. So the thread main java.long.array takes out of bound exception is 10 at main.java. So this will basically be the output. So let's see how to catch this error. So main class has been created, main method has been created, and let's say try int my numbers equal to 1 2 3 system.println and my 10 or catch something went. So now the output will be something went wrong because this line is wrong. So finally the final statement, let's say execute code after try catch regardless of the result. So a main class has been created, main method has been created, teacher numbers 1 to 3 created, my numbers 10 has been created, and catch exception wrong, and finally the try catch is finished. So what would be the output? Something went wrong, the try catch is finished. The throw statement allows you to create a custom error right there. The throw statement is used together with an exception type. There are many exception types available in Java. Automatic exception, file not found exception, array index out of bound exception, security exception, etc. So like example, throw an exception if age is below 18, print access denied. If age is 18 or older, print access granted. So main class has been created, static void check age method has been created. So throw an arithmetic exception, access denied, you must be 18 years old or else access granted. What might be the answer here? So we are creating a public main method and we are giving a value 15 which is below 18. So output will be the exception in thread main dot old exception. If the age is 20, then the output will be access granted you are older. So an exercise right there. So insert the missing parts in the handle. So let's move on. What is a regular expression? What's a regular expression in Java? So let's see that. What's a regular expression? So a regular expression is a sequence of characters that forms a search pattern. So when you search for a data in a text. You can use search pattern to describe what you are searching for. So a regular expression can be a singular character or a more complicated pattern. Regular expression can be used to perform all types of text search, and text replace operations. So Java does not have a built-in regular expression class, but we can import the java.util.regress package to work with regular expressions. So the package includes the following classes. So let's see. So pattern class defines a pattern, and matcher used to search for the pattern. Pattern syntax exception class indicates syntax error expression pattern. Find out if there are any occurrences of the word W3 schools in a sentence. Let's see. Right, let's import the packages. Let's move to main class. Import main method. So let's see the pattern, and let's compile the pattern. Let's create a matcher. Combine the matcher. Let's use a boolean to search for the match. Let's use the match found and else match found and match the output match found. So this is how to use this. And let's what are the meta character descriptions right there. So this is to find for any one of the patterns separated by this. So like cat, dog and fish. So dot is used to instance any character, and this power is used to begin the string like hello. So dollar sign is used to used at the match at the end of the string, as in world dollar slash t to find it, slash s is to find a white space, backslash b is to find a match at the beginning of a word like this, a word, or at the end of the word where we are using it will show it. So slash u find the Unicode character specified by the hexadecimal number like this. What are the quantifiers? So let's see. N plus matches any string that contains at least one n. N star matches any string that contains 0 or more occurrences of n. N question mark matches any string that contains 0 or 1 occurrence of n. Nx matches any string that contains a sequence of x and s. Nx comma y matches any string that contains a sequence of x, y and s. Nx matches any string that contains sequence of at least one x and s. So these are called as regular expressions, and how to use them, what are the types of them. So let's move on to the next topic, which is known as Java threads. So what is basically a Java threads? So Java threads allows a program to operate more efficiently by doing multiple things at the same time. So threads can be used to perform complicated tasks in the background without interrupting the main program. So let's see how to create a thread. There are like two ways to create a thread. It can be created by extending the thread class and overriding its run method. So this is a syntax for extend syntax. Public class main extends thread, public void run, and this is not a syntax actually. This is a program, an example how to use the extend in a extend thread in a program. So extend syntax, main class, main method. The code is running in a thread. Another way to create a thread to implement and runnable interface, implement syntax, and public class implements runnable. Code is running a thread. Running threads. If the class extends the thread class, the thread can be run by creating an extent of the class and call it start method. So let's see. Extend example, public class main extends thread. A main method has been created, a thread has been created by using started, and the code is outside of the thread, and another method has been created, and the code is running in a thread. The class implements a runnable interface thread can do a thread objects constructor and then calling the thread start method. Let's use the implement example right here. So a public class has been used, a main class has been implementing runnable and method, and it has been created, a thread has been created, and we are using start thread. So it will print this code as outside of thread, or else it will use the run method. Code is running. And difference between extending and implementing threads: the major difference is that when a class extends a thread class, you cannot extend any other class. Okay, while if a class is extend a thread class, you cannot extend any other class, but by implementing full interface, it is possible to extend from another class as my class extend class implements runnable. Like, what is the concurrency problems? Because threads run at the same time as other parts of the program, there is no, when the threads and main program are reading and writing the same variable, the values of the variable. The problems that result from this are called concurrency problems. So let's see an example right there, a code example where the value of variable amount is unpredictable. So main thread is extended and static amount is given as 0. Again, a main method is given, a thread is written, and start thread we have given, and an amount has been given, and the amount has been incrementing by 1, and we can printing amount. So in a public run method, it is again increasing the value. So what happens here is the problem will arise. So to avoid concurrent problem, it is best to share a few attributes between threads as possible. And what happens here is the answer is unpredictable. Answer is coming as like 0 and 2. Have any clue that it might be the answer? Let's see in another example. To avoid concurrency problem, it is best to share few attributes between the thread as possible. It attracts if attributes need to be shared, one possible solution to use is alive method of the thread to check whether the thread has finished that the thread can change. Let use is alive to prevent concurrency problems. Let public class main extends thread, and we are using the amount 0 and main method main thread. We are starting the thread. We want to wait the thread to finish, and while thread is alive, we can print waiting. And if update amount and print its value, we can say main plus amount will be increased, and an amount. What would be the answer of this? The indicated output will be enter waiting. The main value is 1, and it is increased by 1 and 2. So this is how threads works. So another important topic is lambda expressions. Let's see how lambda expressions are used in Java. So the lambda expressions were added in Java 8, So a lambda expression is a short block of code which takes its parameters and returns a value. Expressions are similar to the methods, but they do not need a name. They can be implemented right in the body of a method. Let's see the syntax of the same. The simplest lambda expression contain a singular parameter and an expression. So parameter and a little hyphen and greater than symbol, then expression. This is how a simpler thing looks. To use more than one parameter, wrap them in a parenthesis. Okay, so it should be inside a parenthesis and parameter 1 comma parameter 2, and this expression is used. So the expressions are limited. They have to immediately return a value and they cannot contain a variables or statements such as if or for. In order to do more complex operations, the code block can be used with the curly braces. So if the lambda expression needs to return a value, then the code block should have a return statement. So let's see. So this is a parameter 1 and parameter 2 and the code block, and let's use the lambda expressions. By using the lambda expressions are used passed as parameters to a function. Let's use an example. Use the lambda expressions in the array list for each method to print every item in the list. We are using the package main method, main class, again main method, an array list here, and we are adding the numbers. We are using the lambda function right here for each n, and router println n. So what happens here? Five nine eight one. So that's a output, and what we can lambda expressions stored in variables. If the variables type is an int, has only lambda expression should have the same number of parameters and the same return type as that method. So Java has many of these kinds of interfaces built in, such as the consumer interface from the util package used by lists. So let's see an example. Let's see use Java's consumer interface to store a lambda expression in a variable. So import java.util.arraylist and import java.util function in .consumer. Redefine Java packages, and main class has been created, main method has been created, and array list has been created, an object has been created, and values has been given, and a lambda expression is given like consumer integer method equal to n hyphen greater than the expression that we has to give, and this is a lambda expression, and system.out.println has been given, and we are asking for method. So what will be the of this? So basically it will be like 598. So output. So to use a lambda expression in a method, the method should have a parameter with a single method interface as its type. Calling the interface method will run the lambda expression. Let's see example. Create a method which takes a lambda expression as a parameter. So interface string function string run string str. So public class main, a main class has been created, main method has been created, string function exclaim has been created with a lambda function, and string function ask is lambda s plus what is that, and hello exclaim, hello ask. So a main public method has been created, and we are asking the string the result, and might be the so it will be like how, and exclamatory mark, and another hello with size cap. So let's see what a Java files is. So file handling is an important part of any application. Java has several methods for creating, reading, updating, and deleting files. Java files handling, the file class from the java.io package, allows us to work with files. To use a file class, create an object of the class and specify the file name and directory name. So let's see an example. Like, let's use the java.io.file package, and let's create a file name, my objective to new file. If you don't know packages, read our Java package tutorial. We know what it is. The file class has many useful methods for creating and getting information about files. Let's see. So can read is used to boolean test whether the file is readable or not. Can write, let's see, it can use a boolean test whether the file is writable or not. Create new file, boolean creates an empty file. Delete, uh, boolean deletes a file, the boolean type, right? And exist tests whether the file exists. Get name, return the name of the file. Get absolute path, return the path of the, return the size of the file in list. Then an array of the files in, or boolean creates a directory. Create, read, write, alerts for the file in the next chapters. Let's move on. Let's see how to create a file and how to write a file right now. So to create a file in Java, you can use the create new file method. This method returns a boolean value, true if the file was created and false if the file has not been created. So we can use import java.io.file exception, file package, java.io.io exception package, which can use to handle the errors. So create file class has been created, main method has been created. Try file object equal to new file, to file name.txt. If my object create new file, system dot println file created, it will send the message, or else file already exists, or an error occurred. So let's see what will be the output. If the file has been created, file name.txt will be given. So to create a file in a specific directory requires a permission. Specify the path of the file and use double backslashes to escape the character. For Windows, on Mac and Linux, you can just write the path like this. So for example, file my object new file. To write a file in the following example, you can use file writer class together with its write method to write some text to file we created in the example above. Note that when you are done writing to the file, you should close it with a close method. So let's say an example, Java IO file writer and IO exception package has been imported. Write to file class has been created, main method has been created. Let's try file writer, my writer, which is basically an object, and we are writing file in Java might be tricky, but it is fun enough. Let's close it and successfully wrote the file. What is to catch, and if an error occurred, what would be the output? File has been uh, will give success to the file. Let's move on. Output. So how to read a file? In the previous chapter you have learned how to create and write a file. So in the following example we may use the scanner class to read the contents of this text file we created in the previous chapter. Let's say an example: import java.io.file, import the file class, import java.io file not found exception, import the files to the handle errors, import java.util scanner, import the scanner class to read the text file. So a main class has been created, main method has been created. Let's use a try function. An object has been created. Let's use a scanner my reader. A new object has been created, and while has next line has been created. Let's use the string data to use the my reader next line, and let's see the system to print the data, and let's close the my reader, and if any error is occurred, let's use a catch and print an error occurred. So the output will be files in Java might be tricky, but it is fun enough. So let's get more information about a file. Use any of the file methods. Let's example Java enter created, as has been created, method has been created, object has been created. If statement is given, condition is given, and print this or this or this or this or this or else, the file does not exist. The output will be the file name, file path, writable, readable, the size of byte in it. Nothing is inside, so it's empty, so it's 0. This is how to read and get the information. So let's see how to delete a file in Java. So let's delete a file. To delete a file in Java, let's use the delete method. So you can import it from the package, class name, method name, main method has been created, a new object has been created, and if condition has been given, and what to print has been given, or else what to print has been given. So the output will be deleted the file, delete a folder. Also delete a folder, however it may be empty. So again a package has been entered, class has been created, object has been created. If condition has been given, and delete it, or else fail to delete folder. This is how to delete a Java file. So these are pretty much the basics that we have studied, guys. So we have studied uh studied the introduction of a Java. We have studied syntax. We have studied Java output, Java commands, Java variables, Java data types, typecasting, operators, strings, math, booleans, if else, uh, switches, while loop, for loop, break, continuous, Java arrays, methods, method parameters, method overloading, scope, recursion, OOPS concept, classes, objects, class attributes, methods, constructors, modifiers, encapsulation, packages, inheritance, polymorphism, inner classes, abstraction, interface, enums, user input, how to add date, array list, linked list, hash map, hash set, iterator, wrapper classes, exceptions, regex, threads, lambda, how to create a file, write a file, read a file, delete a file. So this is pretty much the concepts of basic core Java. So we have seen it in a Notepad session. So make sure to subscribe to this channel, Absolute Beginners Coding, and make sure to leave a like if you like this video, or leave a comment if you want anything to ask to me. And on the later of this channel, and I'll be uploading some other programming languages and how to use that. Make sure to subscribe, and thanks for staying by. So that's the end of this session, guys. So thanks for staying. So see you guys in another amazing video. Make sure to subscribe to my channel. So bye bye, take care, thank you.